Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us for the 2003 E3 PlayStation press conference. 20 years after the original Pong was launched, we in North America launched the original PlayStation, and in 1998 we were able to take the PlayStation and really penetrate it into the mass market. And of course, in 2000, we again revolutionized the industry by launching the PlayStation 2 in North America, Japan, and also in other territories. On the PlayStation 2, just in North America, we expect to have, by the end of the year, more than 580 titles in the PlayStation family. Winning the console wars is great, but it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we further evolve the business beyond the traditional battle of the boxes. We need to depart from the status quo, and leadership requires new thinking. In the first step, as we embark on this new strategy, we wanted to share with you today four of the most important aspects of our strategy: content, hardware evolution, community, and market expansion. So first, let me touch upon content. PlayStation breeds the hits. This is just an example of some of the great titles that have come to the market on the PlayStation 2 by our third-party publishing partners. A brief example of the million-unit sellers that have come on the PlayStation 2 format from our third-party partners. Solid Snake is going to be back only on PS2. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater, when it comes out next year, will be available only on the PlayStation 2. Today, I'm also very excited to share with you an entirely new franchise that we will be bringing to the PlayStation 2, developed out of our Foster City studios, called Rise to Honor. This game has been inspired by the action films from Hong Kong and features the international action star Jet Li. He has been an integral part of the development process, helping us with the choreography, helping us coming in to do the motion capture on the game. And this features a very exciting 360-degree martial arts fighting system where you can battle with multiple enemies at the same time. Rise to Honor, ladies and gentlemen. And now let me talk about the killer app on the PlayStation, and certainly for the PlayStation 2, none other than Gran Turismo. More than 32 million units of the franchise product is sold worldwide on the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce the producer of the Gran Turismo series and the president of Polyphony Digital, Mr. Kazunori Yamauchi.
Thank you for sharing your time with me today. I'm very happy to be able to stand in front of you all to introduce our new title, Gran Turismo 4. For the first time since the introduction of Gran Turismo in 1997, the car physics simulation engine will also see a major upgrade. I am also preparing courses with beautiful landscapes whose values will increase all the more by the presence of a car. In closing, my goal with Gran Turismo 4 is to set a new benchmark in technology and to further capture the automotive lifestyle.
Siphon Filter, another first-party title that we brought out and became a huge franchise on the original PlayStation, will be coming to PlayStation 2 with online capability, including voice-over IP, taking advantage of the headset that I talked about earlier. And of course, Final Fantasy XI. We are very happy to be working very closely with Square Enix and for SCA to be able to publish Final Fantasy XI for the North American market. And together with the hard disk drive, this online-only software title will become available in the North American market in the first quarter of calendar 2004. Another very important genre of games as we move the PlayStation 2 experience online is sports. All the major brands of sports are on the PlayStation 2, and sports, perhaps more so than any other genre in the online space, really has the opportunity to bring community building, online tournament play, as well as real-time stats and roster updates. And so we're very excited about the prospects of this genre to expand the PlayStation 2 online experience. And in that regard, I'm very happy to announce today that EA Sports, all of their 9 online-enabled titles in the sports area will be exclusive online to PlayStation for the 2003-2004 season.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Now, on to the last portion, or the last fourth point of our strategy as we evolve the business, is talking about market expansion. And I'd like to introduce our final guest speaker today to talk about our plans to expand the PlayStation experience. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming the President and Chief Executive Officer of Sony Computer Entertainment, Inc. worldwide, and also better known as the father of the PlayStation, Mr. Ken Kutaragi.
Hi everyone. Thank you for sharing your valuable time with us today. You have already seen some of the great games coming out on PlayStation 2 for this holiday season. I have brought very, very special news that I would like to share with you today. There's going to be a new baby within the family. It's not a PlayStation 3. Okay. Sony Computer Entertainment will be launching new handheld entertainment platform in 2004. The name of this new platform is called PSP. Yes, PlayStation Portable. It's simple. To fit PSP's small body, we created a new and small optical disc. Hey, here you go. This is a prototype of this disc. It has a capacity of 1.8 gigabyte, 3 times larger than CD-ROM. The most advanced optical ROM technology, along with the latest security system, will be employed to prevent piracy. 3D graphics will be rendered by both polygons and curved surface within the rendered image. Creators will be able to create exciting characters with smooth, curved surface within the polygon world. Full motion video coding will be enhanced by MPEG-4. a processor similar to that of the original PlayStation, providing an easy and familiar development process for PSP content creator, controls graphics, sound, and input and output interfaces. Thank you very much for attending this meeting. Enjoy E3.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Or actually, welcome back. I hope most of you were here with us last year, because we did make some promises then. We told you that Xbox is here to stay, that we are in the games business to make a difference, in it to lead.
We told you that we'd have more than 200 great games by holiday, and we promised to take gaming to new levels.
We told you that Xbox was the platform designed for the future of digital entertainment. And we promised that that design would pay off with Xbox Live.
So tonight, first things first, we have delivered.
We've delivered with the highest attach rate on record, just 17 months after launch.
We have delivered Xbox Live in 11 countries with over 500,000 gamers playing over 15 million game sessions every week.
And we've delivered new experiences that have changed the nature of video game entertainment.
With that, Robbie, I think you should tee up the promises of this year.
Thanks, guys. By design, Xbox is ready to inspire this industry to expand by connecting people with more games, more community, and more varieties of entertainment more of the time. Tonight, we're going to show you how.
Xbox games just keep getting better. They're more competitive and more lifelike, more breathtaking and more heart-stopping. And that's because we are enabling developers to realize their creative potential like no other console company. So when Bizarre Creations wanted to evolve Project Gotham Racing with gorgeous cars and amazing online play, I said, go for it. And when LucasArts asked to debut their next big Star Wars game tonight here at this show, I said, awesome. Okay, now let's take a look at some of the great titles coming from Japan. Hino-san and his team at Level 5 have been working for 2 years to create True Fantasy Live Online, the first massively multiplayer online role-playing game designed specifically for Xbox. And another great title coming exclusively for Xbox is Namco's Breakdown. It innovates on the first-person shooter category by adding hand-to-hand combat that makes the game feel even more up close and personal. Have a look. we're also committed to attracting more people to video game entertainment. That's why last fall we added Rare to our team at Microsoft Game Studios. The guys at Rare are the creative minds behind some of the best-selling games of all time, including GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, Banjo-Kazooie, and Donkey Kong Country. They're masters at inventing unique game experiences that appeal to everyone. And they are delivering with 3 new games that you can play on the show floor this week. I love this next title. It just feels right from the moment you pick up the controller. It's intuitive, it's easy to get into, and it will make you smile. And the guys at Rare are not alone. This coming year, you will see tons of new Xbox titles from a wide variety of developers and publishers. Innovative and diverse games that appeal to all kinds of people. Take a look. Now, if we want to connect the Xbox to the digital lifestyle for more people more of the time, we have to do more than deliver great games. We have to expand the definition of interactive entertainment. What if you could use your Xbox to mix your favorite music and digital photos, bring the experience into the living room, and share it with your friends? So Xbox Music Mixer is an exciting new title that unlocks more of the entertainment potential of Xbox by connecting the console to the digital entertainment lifestyle.
Just like all the ambitious content that you've been showing up here, Ed, we've got some ambitious plans for Xbox Live. Let's have a look. Expanding the content with over 100 games in the Xbox Live pipeline this year. Expanding the competition and expanding the community. That's what Xbox Live is all about. So let's talk about sports. We said that Xbox Live would allow game developers and publishers to fundamentally rethink existing game categories and open up entirely new possibilities for the gamers that love them. Let's talk about something entirely new in sports video game entertainment. Sports on Xbox already look great. We've got the real players and the real plays, the real stadiums, even the real commentators. And all of this is going to get much better on Xbox. We'll have improved AI. The animation will get smoother and the helmets will look a little bit shinier. But what do sports gamers really crave? What do they love? What they love is the competition. And that's why they love sports on Xbox Live, where trash talking is just part of the game. But we know that real sports competition goes well beyond one play, or one experience, or a single game. It's all about the leagues, the seasons, the playoffs, and ultimately about the championships. And that's why I'm excited to introduce the first innovation that really leverages these new Xbox Live features and pushes the sports game category beyond anything you've ever seen before. Introducing XSN Sports.
beyond the game. Competition, victory, respect. This is XSN Sports. The game has changed forever. Compete like never before. Dominate anyone, anywhere, at any time. Slam, outmaneuver, and crush the competition. Create a league. Enter intense tournament action. Work your way into the XSN Sports Hall of Fame. Real-time statistics are kept. Rankings are updated. Rivalries are born. Check it out on your league's website and see how you stack up to the competition. Facing a tough opponent? Scout which plays he's run, find his weaknesses, and exploit them. XSN Sports is a whole new level of competition on an unparalleled combination of technologies. Play the games on your Xbox. Hook up with opponents through Xbox Live. Check results, stats, and rankings on the web using your PC. Even get standings and challenges on your mobile phone. At the heart of it all are the games. All built for online play and real competition. Human competition. XSN Sports. Compete beyond the game.
Thank you. That's just the start. We've got a lot of great stuff to show you today. This year, we'll be showing more than 20 games on the show floor that contain connectivity with the Nintendo GameCube. It's a very exciting way for gamers to enhance their gameplay by sharing data. Now, another thing that will be shown on the show floor this year is Game Boy Player. We'll launch it in the NOA territories and in Europe during the month of June, It's already launched and a great success in Japan. We think that this is a great way for consumers to play their Game Boy games on their TV, and of course there are more than 1,000 Game Boy games already released. The e-reader, which we launched last fall, is also another great aspect of our connectivity story. This accessory for Game Boy Advance allows consumers to use data from special trading cards to load their games onto their GameCube or onto their Game Boy Advance. When they load the games onto the Game Boy Advance, they can go ahead and exchange data then with the GameCube and extend their gameplay. That's our president, Mr. Satoru Iwata.
Thank you, George, and welcome. Next week, it will be 1 year since I became president of Nintendo. And in that time, a lot of people have given me their opinions on how Nintendo should change or not change. I believe we remain the company that best understands the video game industry, but also understand that in any business, new circumstances require new answers. And at the start of this year, Nintendo did face some challenges. The most obvious concern, Nintendo GameCube. It had not sold through the way we planned, and its reputation among some players was unfavorable. Rebel strike. I will let the picture tell the story.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Do or do not. There is no try.
And the same talented people at Factor 5 who designed this game are also at work on another exclusive for GameCube. You will be hearing more about this soon. Capcom is giving us several exclusive titles, none more important than Resident Evil franchise. A new version is coming, an important step to expand our appeal.
Resident Evil 4.
Hi, I'm Shinji Mikami. Recent rumors would suggest I have been fired, but I assure you, I am still happily working at Capcom. Most unfortunately, I am unable to attend E3 this year because I am so busy working hard on Resident Evil 4. Development of Resident Evil 4 exclusively for GameCube is proceeding very smoothly, so you should all be looking forward to it.
Beautiful Joe and Killer 7 are coming along smoothly. They are so original, they will blow your mind. And one more thing, Resident Evil 4 will be scary than ever before. Don't pee your pants.
Our development agreements are reaching around the world. At this E3, we will see a brand new title named Geist from a new partner called N-Space. N-Space began by doing work for America's space agency, but its newest work is a GameCube exclusive collaboration with Nintendo. In this frightening game, the spirit of your character invisibly moves to inhabit others, a true out-of-body experience. For many years, Nintendo and Square enjoyed a very good relationship. This year, that relationship is renewed. The result is the beautiful GameCube exclusive Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. As you and friends set out to renew your life source, of course, some problems occur. 4 different players can use their Game Boy Advance to solve puzzles and defeat enemies. No Game Boy Advance cartridge is needed. I have asked one of our developers to come out and show you a couple of things. You might know him. He is now in his 26th year at Nintendo. Please welcome Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Nintendo's media briefing. Last year, I surprised you all with visuals of The Legend of Zelda, The Wind Waker. And I hope to do the same this year with what I am about to show you. All of you who are here this morning are quite lucky. Again, this year, I'd like to ask my good friend from NOA and one of the best translators I know, Bill Toinen, to interpret for me. よろしくお願いします。日本語であります。今日は我々と協力してゲームを作る
with whom I'm currently cooperating on development to join us here today.
まず私の長い間の友人である
Allow me to introduce the first of these, a longtime friend of mine from Electronic Arts, Mr. Will Wright.
In 2000,
Will made game history when he introduced The Sims. It's a very historical moment. Since then, it has gone on to become, I think, the #1 PC franchise in history, selling something like 75 in 75 countries around the world to 25 million users. Despite his newfound fame, I'm happy to say that Will is still willing to work with a guy like me. This is our first project together in about 10 years. And we've actually decided to make a version of The Sims that is going to connect gameplay between the Nintendo GameCube and the Game Boy Advance. I hope you've come here to tell us a little bit more about that today, Will.
Yes, thank you. And I'll always answer your phone calls. Last year we released The Sims on the GameCube, and we were very pleased with the results of it. Now we're ready to take the next step with it. When we saw the innovative plans that Nintendo had for the GameCube to Game Boy Advance connectivity, we thought about it and we thought this could work really well for The Sims. So now we're developing 2 new versions of The Sims as a result of this. First, we're doing a new, more expansive version on the GameCube, which you can see tomorrow on the show floor. And secondly, we're doing a completely redesigned version of The Sims, specifically for the Game Boy Advance. This is going to be the first time that we've taken any one of our Sim games to a handheld gaming platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Will.
今日はね、ウィルさんをはじめとして、エレクトロニックアーツのいろんな才能のあ
At
る
Nintendo, you know, we're really happy to be working not only with you, Will, but with all the talented teams at EA.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
ウィルさんが今退場する前に、
Now, before Will leaves,
家のリカテロ
we'd actually like EA President John Riccatello to introduce to us on video some of the GameCube and connectivity titles we can expect to see from EA in the near future.
それを見てみましょうか。
Let's take a look.
This year, you're going to see EA's best titles on the Nintendo GameCube. You'll see Madden, but that's obvious. But you're also going to see Medal of Honor, Lord of the Rings, Bond. Nintendo GameCube is not for kids or just kids. Teens and young adults are going to love it. The best content on a great platform.
Thank you very much, Will.
さて、去年僕このステージ
Now,
でゲームボーイアドバン
last
ス
year
の
on this stage, we had a four-player Legend of Zelda Four Swords
放送
competition.
で遊んだんですけどね、一緒に。今年はそのフォーソードをゲームキューブ用に改良して、
We've made some improvements to Four
ゲームキューブ
Swords
ならではの
by adding elements that can only be achieved on Nintendo GameCube.
でゲームボーイとゲームキューブの新しいコネクティビティの
It's
ス
a
タイル。
brand new connectivity title.
ちょっとご覧
Let
く
me
ださい。
show it to you.
まず4台のゲーム
First
ボー
in
イを
this
つなぐん
game,
ですね。
you're going to connect four Game Boy
4人
Advance
のプレイヤーは
systems
そ
to
れ
the
ぞれ
Nintendo
の、
GameCube.
ゲームボーイアドバンスを持ちます。
Four players will play this game watching both the TV screen
で最初はテレ
and
ビ
their
を
own
つな
Game
ぐ
Boy
んです
Advance
ね
screens. They start off on the TV screen, which you see in the center here.
で4人が地上で1つの画面を使って遊びます。
So they're playing all together on this single screen.
みんな動くとこうズー
And
ム
as
し
you
たり
can see, as they move around, this camera zooms in and out.
みんなが集まって、
You can
横
see
の画
everybody
面
is getting
に
together here.
移動していきます。4人
Moving
そ
along.
スクロールしますね。あ、家がありました
You
ね
can。see there's a house here.
赤のリンク
It
が
looks
家
like
に
Red
入りま
Link
した
has gone inside the house.
はい、彼は家の中を
He's
遊び
vanished from the GameCube,
Game
from
Boy
the TV screen, and appeared on the Game Boy Advance screen where the gameplay continues.
はい、2人目も3人目も
It looks like the second, the third, and the fourth links have all
最
gone
後の人はもう
inside.
宝箱がありません
It
ね
looks like that last guy doesn't get any treasure.
で、表に出てくると
So see, they'll come back outside here.
全員出てきましたね。地下への入り口が出て
And
きま
as
し
you
た
can see,
ね。
there's a hole there that
ここか
leads
ら地下道に
underground.
入っていくこともできます。
So I think they can go down underground from here
一人
and
ずつ
again appear on the Game Boy Advance screen.
はい、ゲームボーイアドバンスの方で地下を行きますね。
So they go running along through the Game Boy Advance screen.
最初に入った人だけ宝箱ですね
It。looks like the first person in there gets the treasure chest.
みんなが上がってどこ行くでしょうね。あ、家の横に出て
And
きまし
it looks like they've all come out back on the TV behind the house.
た。ここでみんな集まって上の画面に移動ですね。
And so then they move up above.
今度は洞窟があります。
Now here there's a cave.
やっぱり、洞窟に入っていくとこれダンジョン
And it looks like, yeah, when they go inside the cave, they appear back on the Game Boy Advance, and essentially what's a dungeon.
いかにも怪しい4人で動かす岩がありました。
What a surprise! There's a block that needs to be pushed, and it's the perfect size for 4 people.
で表ではルピーがバラバラ
As
と
soon as they push it, you can see that hundreds of rupees are now falling on the
各国が出るのかな
TV screen.
これねやっぱりゲームキューブの処理速度であるとこんな簡単なんですね。
So as you can see, with the GameCube processing power, we're able to put all kinds of things on screen at once,
カートナックの
including all of these Dark Knights.
なかなかみんな頑張ってた。こういう感じですね。こういう感
This
じなん
gives you a basic idea of the
会場の方で
gameplay.
皆さん
This
ぜ
will be
ひこれ遊ん
playable
でみてく
tomorrow on
だ
the
さい。
show floor, so please take a look at it.
僕プレスの皆さんによくね、
Now the question I get asked most by all you media is, what's your favorite game?
で僕は立場上やっぱりドンキーコングとかスーパーマリオとか
I usually say Donkey Kong or Mario Brothers.
他社のゲームで何ですかって言われるんです、ね。
But when I'm asked about others companies' games,
いつも僕はパックマンって答えてました。
I've always answered Pac-Man.
もう本当僕パックマンが大好きなんです。
See, I'm a really big Pac-Man fan.
でパックマンをねゲームキューブで作っちゃえって作
And
りました。
actually, I kind of I went and I made a Pac-Man game for GameCube.
でこれナムコさんの許可も
Actually invited a rather important individual here today to try to get approval for this project.
僕の尊敬するナムコのパックマンのデ
He's
ザ
a
イナー
creator who I
平谷
respect
徹
very
さん
much,
です
Mr. Toru Iwatani, the creator of Pac-Man. Thank you.
ドキドキする。
I'm kind of nervous.
おはようございます。実は
I really got this urge to turn it into a Pac-Man game, and I couldn't help myself.
今日はぜひここで一緒に遊んでほしいんです。
So I'd really like it if we could play this together today.
Did he?
そうです。
Yes, please.
で4人で遊びますんでね。
But since this is a four-player game,
ウィルさんも
why don't we invite Will Wright back out
さん来てくだ
and
さい。
have George Harrison come join
ジョージ
us?
も一緒にね遊びましょう。ここにあります。でこれをまず、岩谷さんにゲームボーイアドバンスを持ってもらいま
We're
す。
going to have Mr. Iwatani play on the Game Boy Advance
持った
first.
人が
The player with the Game Boy Advance controls Pac-Man.
でアドバンスの画面でパックマンオリジナルのパックマンと同じように遊ぶ。
Now on the Game Boy Advance, the gameplay is going to be exactly the same as the original
そ
Pac-Man
して後
arcade
の3人は
game.
ゴーストとしてテレビ画面でこう
The three other
の一
players
部を見ながら
use
みんなで追
game
いかけます
controllers to control the ghost.
声を掛け合って追いかけます、
But they
ジ
can
ョー
only
ジ
see
が
limited range on the TV screen,
赤
so
の
they
ゴ
have
ー
to
スト
talk to each other and try to
ウ
catch
ィルさん
Pac-Man.
は青のゴースト
So we'll have, looks like George is going to be red, Will is going to be the blue ghost, and I'll be Mr. Pink.
でパックマンがスタートを押すと始まるんですけども
So as soon as Pac-Man presses start, we can get...
あちょっと待って
Oh, just a second.
これでもし僕が勝ったら
Tell you what, if I win, will you approve this project for me?
やりましょう
Oh,
じゃあスタート
okay, press start.
You're red.
青ですよし頑張るぞ
I'm blue.
Okay, let's go, guys. I got to win this.
パックマンは、
Now, of course,
尾を引いて走りますからみんなで探しましょう
Pac-Man leaves a trail behind him wherever he goes, so we have to look for that.
パワース取ると
But if he uses a power pellet, then the tables are turned. Oh no! Pac-Man can eat the ghost. He got me.
ジョージもっとこう
Come
やめ
on,
の
George.
に
You got to say more in English, otherwise people don't know how much fun we're having.
Here he comes.
どこにいる
Where is he?
どこにいる誰がいやジョージが
Wow, this is incredible. Looks like George caught him.
パックマン
So now what we do is George trades his controller for the Game Boy Advance to play Pac-Man in the next round.
よし次ジョージみんなで捕まえましょう
So now we have to chase after George.
よし
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Go
Go.
Sandwich.
よしやりましたあんまり遊んでてもあれなんで今
Now,
ね
unfortunately, we can't play this for too long today, because we do have
少な
other
く
things
と
to
も
show you.
重要な友人を
Finally, I
紹介
have
し
one more good friend whom I've invited today.
コナミの小島秀夫監督です
Please offer a round of applause for Mr. Hideo Kojima from Konami.
小島さんこんにちはとても長い付き合いなん
Mr.
ですけど、
Kojima and I have known each other for a long time now.
今回のステージでいよいよ
And I'm very happy that
紹介を
today on this stage we can finally talk to you about that incredible title that we're
素
working
晴
on
らしいコラ
together.
ボレーションの話をどうぞ小島さんの口から、
I'll let Mr. Kojima explain it.
はい僕、この業界に入ってですね17年ゲームを作ってますで今ゲームを作れてるのも、この会場でこうして入れるのもやっぱり宮本さんのおかげですで僕20年前に宮本さんのゲームはマリオなんですけどもマリオに出会いましてマリオに出会って今の僕があるっていう気持ちですで、17年作ってるんですけども、不幸なことに、任天堂さんのハードを携わることはなかったので、今回の宮本さんとのコラボレーション非常に、興奮してますし、やる気も、いっぱいあります
It's been my 17th year in this industry, and if it wasn't for Mr. Miyamoto, I wouldn't be standing here today. And if I didn't play Mr. Miyamoto's Mario 20 years ago, I wouldn't have been in this industry. And unfortunately, in these past 17 years, I've never created a game for a Nintendo system. And today, I'm really happy that I am working on a Nintendo game.
じゃあ今日はその意気込みで紹介してもらいましょうか
So we do have, I believe, a video today. Is that correct?
Yes.
はいでは夢が叶ったメタルギアソリッドザ・ツインスネークスのビデオをご覧ください
Okay, we would like to show you the video for Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes.
Genes exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the
今コラボレーションの説明をね入ったビデオでしたけども、今一緒に
So as you can see from the video, this is a huge collaboration for us.
作ってくれてる
We've actually got one other person here today who's working together with us on Metal Gear Solid, Mr. Dennis Dyack from Silicon Knights.
Yoshi, 頑張ります。デニスがね、一緒に作ってくれてます。
So Dennis is working with us together on this title.
デニスの口から一言。
So Dennis, you can say something for us?
Yes, it's very exciting to be here. One of the things that I've often said about working with Miyamoto-san, and is very much
Even after 26 years with the company, there is no end to his creativity. And I hope that is true of everything Nintendo does. Our purpose this week is to demonstrate the power of Game Boy Advance, the power of GameCube, and power of connectivity, and power of our partnerships. Let's take one more look at this power in action. We entered this E3 with a momentum, and we will build on it in the month ahead. As always, Nintendo will prosper as we move into the true mass market. Nintendo has never been more focused, never more determined, never more willing to take risks, and we will not retreat. Make no mistake, we are staying right in the middle of the home console battle. The successor to Nintendo GameCube is already in development. And this time, we will not give our competitors a head start reaching the market. We are going to do it our way, and we are going to succeed. Thank you all.
Ready! Go!
Be quiet back there.
Amonra, what are you doing here?
We've come for Castor.
Us too. When I find him, I'm gonna pull off his head.
No, he is not our enemy. I think he's being tricked. We must find him.
What was that?
Piercing Blade! Destroy the enemy! Whirlwind Helmet Crusher!
You, huh? Yeah! Retreat while you can!
My strength is supreme! This will be over soon. Take that!
Die! You'll regret that.
It's over for you, Special Delivery.
Der Vorteil ist auf unserer Seite.
Hey, wake up. You're our last chance. I wish it was a dream.
to save me.
Thank goodness. I'm so glad you're not hurt.
I can't believe you're safe.
The field experiments with the principles of God's creation of the world.
What a bothersome.
I told you before, to him, this is a game. Now that whip has become the bane of the children of the night.
This whip and my kinsmen will destroy you someday. From this day on, the Belmont clan will hunt the night.
If you want to know,
beat me!
Beloved by the night, you will taste my powers.
I'll kill you and the night!
Unearthly force shall obey and serve. 'Tis named Chaos Legion.
Delacroix!
So, what's happened to the Legion's power?
Time has come. It's time to show you the abyss of the darkness.
We talked about the same thing. They gotta be. We don't want to have a microman together. Naturally doing this and continue to fall on
Yeah, it'd be interesting to play with doing stuff like, you know, how the hedgerows are going to be blocking line of sight. Tell a guy just to move across the hedgerow. He jumps across there, and there's a huge number of enemies there. Does he keep running forward to where he's running, or do we have him jump right back through the hedgerow? Trying to take cover, and then if you make him go second.
name's Julian Widdows. I'm development director for a company called Swordfish Studios. We're a UK-based development company out of Birmingham, England. And this is Cold Winter. It's a PlayStation 2 first-person shooter designed for the console and designed for the console audience with a whole host of key features. So I'm going to have a play, tell you a bit about it, and hopefully you'll get to play it in about a year's time. What we've done with Cold Winter is we've gone back to the ground level. We've really thought about how to make a game that would work for the consoles. And one of the biggest problems consoles have is that most of the audience and most of the people out there will never get to finish a game. Over 85% of the people who buy a game won't finish it. So what we've done is create a game that's short and fat rather than long, thin and linear. And this means that the story takes place over 3 separate story threads, which appear to be completely independent stories. You make a decision on which one you go on, and then you follow this story thread. It has its own environments, it has its own characters, it has its own locations. However, when you start to play all 3 threads, you start to realise they're actually interconnected, and you start going back into locations that you've seen on other threads. So they have their own locations, but they have shared locations. And in these shared locations, you and the other characters you play with, your NPC friends, Kim and Danny Parish, carry out different roles. So you see them flying a helicopter while you're firing a gun out the side, but when the threads interconnect, you're the one firing the gun out the side as they fly the helicopter. And this gives us a completely unique structure that will enable most people to finish at least one of the threads. It might take about 6 hours, but will enable the hardcore gamer and the really keen gamer to go back and learn more and more about the game, see new locations, get new weapons, of which we've got well over 30, and ultimately learn an awful lot more about the world we've created. So, without any more waffling on, I want to show you a bit of the game. What we're trying to do is really raise the bar with what's expected from a PlayStation 2 game. Generally speaking, PlayStation 2 shooters and PlayStation 2 games in general use a technique called vertex lighting to create very bright, colourful environments, and that tends to be the standard technique. We're using full light maps, which means the lighting is often baked into the textures before you see it in the game. And this gives the look you can see on screen, where you've got shadows casting onto the floor, you've got these lovely volumetric effects coming in through the window which give that misty feeling, and it's a look that's not really that common on the PS2. The other thing we're doing is using real shadows, real physics, and this complements the light mapping technique. Now, everything in this game uses real physics. If I knock into these chains near the start of the level, you can see the chain swinging, and that's modelled using real physics. So what you can see here is, as I bump into the chains, as I said, you've got the shadows projecting on the walls, moving, and that's very unique. That's not an easy technique, and we call it mock stencil buffer shadows. And there they are knocking away. So as we go through the level, you'll see more and more of this. As I said, everything uses real physics. You can shove objects around, knock them around. This is your cohort, the Kim character, and although you can't see it at the moment, we're actually doing full facial motion capture. What I'm going to do now is start playing through the level and show you some of the cool features we've got as we run through it. You've seen some of the visual stuff. I think one of the most important things about any shooter is the AI, and we've really gone to town on the AI. To that end, we've actually got a fully dynamic AI system that thinks for itself, that operates independently. It's not pre-scripted, it's not predictable. I can't actually always say exactly how it's going to work, but it generally works and puts up a good fight. So as we come around this corner, we've got the guard behind the table. He dynamically creates cover, and what I'm going to do is, I'm just hiding, lowering myself down, put a bullet in his head. It's relatively easy combat. This is a tutorial level and it's the first level of the game, so we don't want it to be too hard at this stage. A bit more of the physics we were talking about. Now, I know for a fact with the amount of noise I've just made, a guard came down the stairs to find me. He's now run off to set off the alarm. There's nothing I can do about that. I mean, I could chase after him, but I want to show you this happening. So he's gone off to set the alarm off. That alarm will start kicking off as reinforcements come down the stairs. You've seen the ragdoll. As you see as well, when you shoot people in various extremities and parts of the body, they animate differently. So as we go through here, what we'll see is as I shoot the guards and kill them, depending on where you shoot them, they animate differently and then ragdoll. I tell you, couldn't be any worse than getting killed on the crapper, could it really? So we're going down here, have a bit of an investigate, see what's going on. You'll also notice that the targeting reticle is going red from time to time. When the reticle goes red, that means the assist is on, and my fire is being delicately drawn onto the target. One thing we didn't want to do is take the control away from the player, so we don't like it when the crosshair snaps to enemy targets, because then you know you're going to hit them. You still have to have the skill of getting the crosshair onto the enemy, but if it's on there or around there, your fire gets drawn onto the enemy, and that gives you that little bit of assistance that helps. I mean, after all, you're interfacing to the game with the controller, and it's not necessarily an easy thing to use, certainly for a first-person shooter where you need absolute control to take part in the combat. We're currently about a year and a quarter through development, and we've got about another year's development to go. So at the moment, you know, we're about halfway through the overall cycle. We're now working full-time on levels. We've got 13 levels, at least 8 environments, vehicle driving subsections, completely unique combined items mechanic, where things you find around the level, like glass bottles, rags, and petrol, can be combined to make Molotov cocktails. You can combine poison and a business card to make a poison business card, put a disguise on, give that to a guard, he'll accept it if he's manning a gate, choke to death, blood will come out his mouth, and he'll collapse. We're using all sorts of things to give as rich and as immersive an experience as possible on the PlayStation 2. And to say the very least, the AI is out of this world. At the moment, we've got the basis of Team AI going in. Now, they will actually operate as fully cohesive and operational teams. They know how to use cover. They know how to move between cover. They know how to create cover. So if there's a table, they'll tip it over, they'll make cover. If there's posts, they'll get behind that cover. They'll use it to protect themselves from your fire. If you come from one angle, they'll go to another angle. And we can actually see this if we go out into the courtyard. So I'm out in this courtyard, and what you've got is a couple of guards patrolling and a few guards on guard duty. What I'm going to do is kick off a fight. So now all 4 guys start advancing on me. And you'll notice that as I go out of cover, go into cover, they start putting down suppressing fire. And they're trying to gradually move up to better positions. Now you'll see, here and here, 2 guards have actually gone into cover because one of their mates is out in the open. He knows he's exposed, so he goes into cover. While I was trying to kill him, they moved up and got into cover points. And while I was looking, he moved into a different cover point. It's slightly more exposed because I'm out in the open. And now they're all dead. And that's the basics of it. Obviously, when the game's finished, you're going to have them moving as a team, operating more fully as a team, with a commander giving them orders. They'll throw the grenades to each other, they'll throw magazines to each other, they'll know which weapons they've each got. So if one's firing rockets at you, the other ones will put down suppressing fire. And that basically is Cold Winter.
This mission is based in Enemy at the Gates. Okay, so what we have now is a level boss here. It's an enemy sniper. And we have 16 soldiers that we have to protect. Now we only have 15. So what we need to do is defend from the enemies and also from the sniper protecting the soldiers. I'm going to make myself invisible. So it's just you to go here. So now the enemy sniper is no longer there. An allied general will come in. squads coming. They're very tough guys, very good AI, so it's not gonna be easy to fool them. Let's see the scenario. Here our objective is to protect the Allied General. And as always, there will be many ways of doing this, many different strategies we can take. Just, we will find some time missions like this one, where we have to clear this area of bombs before the time finishes.
And joining me here today is?
I'm Ernest. I'm the program manager in Microsoft, working with the Rare Games on Conquer Live and Uncut.
Fantastic.
Right.
You're going to show us some business today, right?
Yep. Here we have like a multiplayer live game going on. On here, 8 kiosks. All these people are playing against each other right now. So, and there are 2 teams that you can select in this build. And I'm playing as the Squirrel, and the other people are playing as the evil teddies. And my job, of course, is to like blow them up. And so, Live and Uncut is going to be a very much team multiplayer focused title. And here, we are going to show you some of like the different weapons that I can actually use. What I just walked out of is the weapon room that has like all type of different weapons I can use. But the key cool thing that I see is, for example, what I'm holding here is a sniper. And if I just push it down, I can just do like normal sniping activities, but I can't find anyone. In Conquer Live and Uncut, one of the key things is this upgrade system. So if I walk through the ball, I gain body armor, and now my weapons are upgraded. So if I stand back a bit, if I now switch over to the sniper again and press X, I can see everyone, even if they are behind walls. So no campers allowed in this game. So you will actually be, no matter where you hide, we will be able to find them. So now I know where they are. I can try to kick some butt and see whether, oh, there's an evil teddies right there. Right. Oh, I got shot! What's the deal? Anyway, see whether I can jump back in. So, anyway, here we have, why don't I try to get a bazooka and get a knife this time? So as you can see, normally the knife is not a very useful weapon at all. But
these guys are all noobs, so you can totally just walk up and shank them, right?
I can try, but now I've upgraded my knife. I can totally just walk up and kill him. Oh, but they are not around at the moment. So see, now instead of just a normal knife, it becomes a combat knife that I can actually just throw. So because I throw it combat and my bazooka, actually now instead of just a normal rocket launcher, it become a guided missile that I can just fly and actually okay. Right, and now I know where they are. I can try to get them like this. Oh, yep. So there will be all this stuffing left for that teddies right there. Oh, there's another guy there. See whether I can get him. Oh, there's a squirrel. Sorry, friendly fire.
He blew off the edge of the bridge.
Right, and see whether I shoot a knife as well. So this game, there are going to be 7 totally different multiplayer games for the multiplayer side of things, and also we are going to include the original update, but A64 version of Bad Fur Day, but totally updated with Xbox graphics and 5.1 surround sound. And oh, I just got sniped by that guy. Yeah, my head, where's my head? Anyway, but as you can see, this game is extremely funny, just like the original game. So to us, that is very important. So the over-the-top humor and what you can do is definitely something that we want to preserve. So that's what Conker is about. So as you can see, there's a helicopter there. I can actually try to jump into a helicopter. Absolutely. So that's what I'm going to do next. So, oh, there's a sniper up there, but he's my friend. Oh, he got my key. Right, you need a key to jump on the helicopter, but looks like he's going to do it. So I just like, but if you have the key, you can actually jump into a helicopter. As you can see, the door open, he go in, and it flies off. And now I can try to support him from the ground. Oh, like that guy. Ooh. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm not doing too well today. Fine. Switch gun. Spray grenades. That's it. That's not bad at all. So I can switch back to my sniper and try to light fire at other people too. Right.
Does the enemy team have another helicopter?
The enemy team has a helicopter also. So, and in this game is helicopter. In another game, it will be a tank actually. So there are going to be different vehicles featured in the game as well. So,
can you go steal your enemy's tank or helicopter?
No, but you can steal their key, which means that they cannot use their helicopter. Oh. Sorry, not very good at like playing and talking at the same time. Anyway, let's try this. Oh yes, more victims. Oh, someone already is firing at them. Good.
How many different levels do you guys have for multiplayer fun like this?
We will have at least 7 different maps that we are planning to use. Oh, that is not good. So he has a close range weapon and I don't. And as you can see, he actually his special ability for the knife is he can turn to invisible. So that's what he was doing to sneak up on me. So every single weapon after you upgrade gives you a different special ability, which is very useful. So I can actually do the same thing as well here.
Let's see if that key's there real quick before we go.
Right. See, hopefully the keys is back, so I can actually jump. Oh, right, the helicopter is thrown away. So why do I can try to sneak to the base and steal the key at least to show you what that looks like. And
the helicopter only respawns after it gets blown up?
Yeah. Or either the other guy can jump off, especially if he has a parachute, he can jump off and land safely with a parachute, and the helicopter will continue to fly. Oops.
You better be careful there. You might not make it over there.
He has. Okay.
A booster. You make this game though.
Yeah, but someone turned the control to inverted, which is why I'm having Oh, he's using a stun grenade. Oh, that's not good. Let's see if I can just jump in. Oh, I was trying to sneak past him.
You almost made it. Oh, no, you're still going.
And I just turned invisible as well because I have the knife upgrade. Oh, they already flew off of the helicopter, so I may not have the key up there.
Let's see. Is it?
If I can show you the parachute though. So if I jump from high places, I can land safely with like opening a parachute.
That's awesome.
Oh, this guy, right. But as you can, it's actually fairly chaotic because you are playing with real life people. It's not like just random. We will support bots when you play at home. If you don't log onto live, we will support like offline play also.
How many people are you guys talking?
We are planning to support up to 16 players on live at the same time with voice chat and everything.
Fantastic.
So
that's awesome.
All right.
It looks super good. Thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you very much.
Appreciate it.
supply and make a killing selling gas. Get mindful of fuel. Oh boys, we got a fox in the hen house. And some people targeting our fuel tanks. Now we're good.
2003. Battle Goddesses.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rich Gallup, your guide to GameSpot's look at the best games of E3 2003. We'll start off with the top 5 GameCube games that were on display. At number 5, we have Nintendo's latest iteration of Pac-Man. What's so profoundly unique about Shigeru Miyamoto's Pac-Man is its implementation of multiplayer action in tandem with GameCube to Game Boy Advance connectivity. One player will play the game as Pac-Man himself, using the screen on the Game Boy Advance to navigate the mazes, while up to 3 other players get to play on the TV as the Ghost in Pursuit. At number 4 is Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike. Fans of the previous Rogue Squadron games will find that Factor 5 is changing up the gameplay dramatically, adding more playable vehicles to the mix, as well as levels where you're on foot. You'll engage in the Battle of Hoth once again, but this time you'll play as Luke after he wrecks the snowspeeder, and must use your grappling hook and lightsaber to chuck grenades into the belly of the Imperial Walker, just like in Empire Strikes Back. Pulling up at number 3 is Mario Kart Double Dash. The most notable upgrade to the Mario Kart style of gameplay is the use of 2 characters at once. One character drives, while the other stands on the back of the cart. The use of 2 characters is intended to provide increased variety in power-ups. Each character can hold 1 power-up, so if you switch between the 2 of them during a race, you can actually hold 2 power-ups at the same time. Mario Kart fans have a lot to look forward to. At number 2 is Capcom's Beautiful Joe. Easily the most striking aspect of Beautiful Joe is its visual presentation, which makes use of cel shading but still manages to create a look that is quite unlike anything produced with a visual cartoony effect to date. These elements, along with the game's over-the-top Hong Kong-inspired combat animations, combine to create a satisfying experience that is both reminiscent of video gaming's past and something entirely new. Finally, the most impressive GameCube game on display at E3 2003, as picked by the GameSpot editorial team, was Nintendo's own F-Zero GX. The most impressive thing about F-Zero GX is truly its sense of speed. Numerous visual effects have been implemented to convey just how insanely fast you're going, especially when you're engaging a turbo boost. Every track in the game does an equally spectacular job of keeping you tensely glued to the action on the screen, with loads of sharp curves, gravity-defying twists and loops, and spectacular jumps. However, the gameplay in F-Zero GX isn't limited to driving as fast as you can until you get to the end. A fair amount of strategy will be required if you want to advance. Well, that's our look at the best GameCube games shown at E3 2003. But before we move on, let's take a quick look at the top 5 Game Boy Advance titles that were shown as well. Number 5, Metroid Zero Mission. Though it was only shown as a looping demo on the show floor of E3, Metroid Zero Mission definitely looks like one of the more promising Game Boy Advance games currently in development. Judging from the demo, Metroid Zero Mission appears to be a remake of the original Metroid for the NES, but with new features from other Metroid games and enhanced graphics. At number 4, Hideo Kojima's Boktai, The Sun Is in Your Hand. This action role-playing game puts you in the role of a vampire hunter armed with a solar-powered gun. While the game's premise is pretty standard, its execution is anything but, thanks to the use of a special light sensor built into the cartridge. While you can play the game at any time, you'll get the most out of Boktai by playing it in sunlight. Dropping in at number 3 is Nintendo's own Advance Wars 2, Black Hole Rising. Like its highly praised predecessor, Advance Wars 2 is a turn-based strategy game featuring a variety of different, well-balanced units and a number of commanding officers whom you can play as or against. The CEOs have various strengths, weaknesses, and special abilities that they impart in all their forces, giving the game a great deal of depth. At number 2 is another one of Nintendo's own titles, Fire Emblem. This turn-based RPG features gameplay that is similar in spirit to Intelligent Systems' own Advance Wars series, but offers even deeper mechanics. The game focuses on Lyn, an orphan who nurses the main character you play as back to health, and her journey to return to her homeland. Fans of Advance Wars should be right at home with Fire Emblem's interface, which is user-friendly and offers a solid variety of options. In the #1 spot for the Game Boy Advance is Mario and Luigi. The title turns out to be perfect for the game, which puts you in the role of not just Mario, not just Luigi, but both of Nintendo's famous Plumber Brothers at the same time. The other big surprise is that this is a role-playing game, despite what it might look like from the screenshots. Mario and Luigi gain experience points, level up, earn new special abilities, get into turn-based battles with various monsters, and must save Princess Peach from a fate worse than death. It seems her voice has been stolen and replaced with explosives. Those are the top 5 Game Boy Advance games seen at E3. Let's move on to check out the most promising Xbox games. At number 5, Microsoft and Level 5's True Fantasy Live Online. True Fantasy Live Online marks the next step in the evolution of online role-playing games on consoles. You'll create a virtual alter ego from one of 5 different races. You can build and upgrade your own house, embark on adventures with up to 10 other people, open up a shop, and even raise animals for riding. True Fantasy Live Online is an ambitious game that should raise the bar for what we expect from an online console role-playing game. Number 4, True Crime Streets of LA. True Crime pits you as Nick Kang, an overzealous Los Angeles police detective tossed off the squad only to be brought back on as part of a new above-the-law task force, the Elite Operations Division. Developers Luxaflux have built a 240-square-mile replica of Los Angeles consisting of both indoor and outdoor environments in which you can drive cars around the city, fire loads of different weapons, and engage in hand-to-hand combat as you dispense your personal brand of street justice. Number 3, Fable. In Big Blue Box's Fable, your character's development depends heavily on your actions. If you want to become a hero, then you must perform heroic feats before large groups of people so your reputation will grow. A path of villainy can be followed through dastardly deeds such as robbery. The game's combat revolves around context-sensitive attacks and a variety of magic called will. These gameplay mechanics, along with some incredibly detailed visuals, made Fable one of the most impressive games at E3 2003. Number 2, Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is, for all intents and purposes, a straight-up action game. NES Ninja star Ryu Hayabusa is back and can be equipped with a katana, nunchucks, a bow and arrow, shurikens, and magic spells. You also have to use Ryu's incredible agility to navigate various obstacles. All the game's environments and enemies, and even Ryu himself, look great. We were highly impressed with Ninja Gaiden's demo, and we look forward to seeing more of the game. Finally, in the top slot for the Xbox, Halo 2. Halo 2 appeared in the form of an 8-minute demo that Microsoft and Bungie employees played non-stop for crowds at Microsoft's booth. The demo depicted some heavy futuristic urban warfare. Covenant forces are in the process of overrunning a section of East Africa called New Mombasa. You, once again as Master Chief, are dropped into the middle of the fray with orders to raise hell. If the game can keep up the pace set by those 8 fantastic minutes, then Halo 2 will easily be better than its predecessor. Fans of the PlayStation 2 have a lot to look forward to this year thanks to a strong 2003 lineup, which, as you're about to see, was led by 5 fantastic new titles at this year's E3. Starting out at number 5 is Zipper Interactive's SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs. SOCOM 2, U.S. Navy SEALs is the follow-up to last year's best online game for the PlayStation 2. The game will feature many of the same single-player and multiplayer mechanics as the original game, but in classic sequel fashion, SOCOM 2 will have more weapons, more missions, and more modes to choose from. The meat of the game is still its 16-player broadband-only multiplayer mode, but rest assured, both Zipper and Sony are serious about correcting the widespread use of in-game cheats. Ringing in at number 4 is Gradius 5. As you can see, the production values of the game alone are staggering. From crisp, well-animated graphics to the driving soundtrack and satisfying chatter of your ship's gunfire, it's clear that a great deal of time has been devoted to this title. In short, we were quite satisfied with what Konami had to show of Gradius 5 at this year's E3. We're huge fans of this classic genre and believe this could be one of the year's best offerings for the PlayStation 2. True Crime Streets of LA slides into 3rd place. To see this game in the top 5 of both Xbox and PlayStation 2 says a lot. There's been a recent slew of Hong Kong cinema-themed action games, but True Crime Streets of LA just seems to rise a cut above the others. Activision is putting a huge effort into this game, retaining A-list Hollywood actors such as Gary Oldman and Christopher Walken for the voice work. So far, everything we've seen of True Crime Streets of LA lives up to the hype surrounding it. Barreling down the home stretch and taking second is Gran Turismo 4. Sony unveiled their latest installment in the Gran Turismo series, which has been heralded for years as a definitive driving simulation for the PlayStation and PlayStation 2. Continuing the series' legacy of boasting outstanding control, Gran Turismo 4 raises the bar of graphical prowess yet again, as well as taking the series online. With already immensely replayable gameplay returning, the addition of human competition should keep fans happy for some time. Taking the prize for Best of Show for the PlayStation 2 this E3 is Konami's Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Metal Gear Solid 3 may not look like a drastic improvement on Metal Gear Solid 2 from a graphical standpoint, but the gameplay seems to have been considerably enhanced. Snake will be able to sneak up and brutally, silently slay enemy troops using just a knife, stalk his prey from underwater, use camouflage, pick off targets while hanging from vines or branches, and more. Now that we've taken a look at the top console games of E3, let's turn our attention to the 10 best PC games that are on display, as well as the best overall game as chosen by the editors of GameSpot. At number 10, Far Cry from Ubisoft. Far Cry drew us in with its powerful 3D engine capable of rendering a mile's radius of scenery in real time. Indoor areas possess real-time lighting and shadows realistically scattered by beams of sunlight sneaking in through cracks in the walls. Enemies in Far Cry keep track of your position as you move, call for reinforcements, and use suppressing fire. At number 9, Thief 3. Thief 3 is a close cousin of Deus Ex, and as such uses the same advanced graphics engine capable of real-time volumetric shadows. What does this mean? That main character Garrett may have to hide in moving shadows, like those cast by torches carried by patrolling guards. Given its stylish visuals and intriguing gameplay, the new Thief game isn't just for fans of the series, but it should have plenty to please those already familiar with Garrett's misadventures. At number 8, Evil Genius. Elixir Studios' Evil Genius features you as an over-the-top supervillain. You'll hide your top-secret base beneath a tropical island resort, complete with underground military base and traps to ward off unwanted secret agents. It's clever details like this that help set Evil Genius apart from the already very impressive lineup of games at E3. Sliding in at number 7, Activision's Call of Duty. Call of Duty is a World War II first-person shooter from the creators of Medal of Honor Allied Assault. Though what we played was apparently an early level in the game, it is definitely exciting and offered a great deal of tension. The level suggested that the game's creators are aiming for the same sort of exciting cinematic quality that was featured in Allied Assault, but with far more intensity, as well as squad-based missions. At number 6, Middle-earth Online. There are many new online role-playing games being displayed at this year's E3, but the one that really stood out from the rest was Turbine Entertainment's Middle-earth Online. The game will feature exceptionally detailed character models and huge environments modeled carefully after the memorable locations in Tolkien's original Lord of the Rings saga. Many of Middle-earth Online's environments will also be densely populated with neutral characters such as hobbits, creating a fully immersive Lord of the Rings experience. At number 5, Creative Assembly's Rome: Total War. Rome: Total War will expand on the tactical and strategic aspects of the previous games in the Total War series. As we saw, skilled use of the tactics on the battlefield will be more richly rewarded than ever, since the new game will feature on-screen commander units that can grant powerful bonuses to their companions, though they can throw entire companies into disarray if they're slain. At number 4, Commandos 3: Destination Berlin. Haro Studios is moving in new directions with the follow-up of Commandos 2, designing missions with a faster, more even pacing, breaking the story up into 3 distinct campaigns, and adding more direct combat and more powerful weapons. The new game benefits from an engine with more 3D features such as real-time lighting, 3D interiors, and the power to put lots of enemies on a single map. Falling in at number 3 is Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth. To create its tense atmosphere, this first-person game uses a range of special effects, horrifying scripted sequences, and a dynamic system for measuring the effects of events on your sanity. Your character, Jack Walters, starts out as an ordinary policeman investigating a cultist home that harbors some terrible secrets. As popular as survival horror games have been on consoles, there really haven't been that many horror games for the PC, let alone a game that promises to be as scary as Call of Cthulhu. At number 2, Halo: Combat Evolved. The sheer speed and accuracy of the PC controls changed this adaptation of the Xbox game Halo, and they give the Master Chief an extra edge if it weren't for the fact that the game is being rebalanced with this in mind. PC shooters live and die by their multiplayer support, and there's some cool additions to Halo's multiplayer that have us itching to take it online. And finally, the #1 PC game, which just so happens to be our #1 pick for Best Game Overall shown at E3 2003, Valve's Half-Life 2. More and more games are using physics to make their gameplay feel dynamic and directly interactive, but no game models ordinary objects like Half-Life 2 does. A tech demo showing how the gravity gun can pick up and manipulate anything in the world, from mattresses and people to the broken off letters of a store sign, hinted at how you'll be able to turn ordinary things into weapons. But perhaps even more profound are the moments when you'll blockade a door with a desk, wooden boards, and a mattress to try to prevent an alien opponent from chasing you, only to see the alien bust right through. Plus, seeing an armored vehicle shake from the impact of machine gun fire is a good reminder that you don't want to be hit yourself. The Half-Life 2 demo featured pre-recorded gameplay, but it wasn't hard to imagine what it'll be like to play through the action scenes. With a little luck, we won't have to wait very long at all to get our hands on the game, as Valve has promised that it's on schedule for release on September 30th. Well, that's our look at the most impressive games displayed at E3 2003. If you want to see more video of any of the games shown, please be sure to check the Games category, which is sorted alphabetically by game title. Until next time, for GameSpot, I'm Rich Gallup. Thanks for watching.
Close your eyes and let the night touch you. Feel the terror in the city below.
ばっかみたい。
よみがえってくるこの感覚。
あなたに私は倒せない。
Aerospace Corporation, an arm of the most powerful conglomerate on Earth, has been performing secret experiments in their base on Mars, tapping into the very fabric of the universe itself and beyond. UAC scientists have made discoveries that will forever change human existence. Then something went terribly wrong.
They burned my village to the ground. But I escaped. I survived. My family's gone. And there's no one left to guide me. Will I choose the road that leads to virtue and honor? Or take the path of vengeance and destruction?
Destiny is what you make of it.
Someone there? Keep him busy! Get down! He's dead!
Let's tear him up!
Sisters have found themselves trapped in the lost village. On the day of the ceremony, the village vanished.
その場所を見てはいけない。口にすることすら禁じられている。これが遮影機。さまよう魂。 封じ込めることもできる。
The ritual is fast approaching.
一人で逃げて。お姉ちゃん、どうしちゃったの？お姉ちゃん。
祭りが始まってしまう。早く逃げる。でないと大切な人を失うことになるよ。
The ritual. One sister kills the other.
お姉ちゃん。ずっと一緒だから。
その中を見ちゃダメだ。
ゼロ赤い蝶殺して
Fatal Frame 2 Crimson Butterfly.
Certain things you never forget. Burned into your memory, they haunt you endlessly. That is why I do what I do. Goaded by the familiar sound of the alarm, I rush to the scene to extinguish the fire.
This is a computer hardware lab. There's chemicals everywhere, so be extremely careful. Some of them are explosive.
There has been yet another explosion. We still don't know how many vehicles were involved. How many vehicles were involved in the accident? Any casualties?
Don't say casualty. I'm here to rescue every single person who needs help.
You big shot? I can't believe you're the guest of honor at such a humongous party.
Cut it up, man. No. I never want to say anything like that again. Never.
I wanted to ask you something.
Every real party needs a good party trick. Want to see mine?
Have you found what you're looking for?
Firefighter, MD-18.
Tension in my ship, guys. Sublet my sewer.
There they are!
Source Engine gives us capabilities in 4 main areas: believable and realistic human beings, graphics that were previously only possible in a Hollywood movie studio, an integrated materials and physics system that create an unprecedented level of interactivity, an artificial intelligence that welds these characters, these effects, and this world into an experience gamers have never had before. An enormous number of details go into creating a character like the G-Man. His eyes glint based on a radiosity calculation of the local illumination. They self-shadow and follow you as you move. He has 40 separate muscles in his face, and his emotions are based on a taxonomy of facial expressions created by Dr. Paul Ekman, a research psychiatrist at the University of California. The same system that gives him emotion also...
Attention, Mr. Freeman. I'm only going to say this once.
Source's capabilities are completely language independent, so it's just as easy for him to speak in Chinese as it is in English.
那么，看来我们是没有合作的机会了。
This character technology gives us a very broad emotional palette to draw upon. You will hate your enemies, and you'll fear for yourself and your friends. And perhaps you'll discover feelings you've never had before. With characters that can react emotionally, we need a world that is similarly flexible and interactive. The world of Half-Life 2 is very dynamic. Any surface can have a displacement map which can be altered dynamically along with its collision hull. This terrain system gives us very large open areas that can run on even low-end hardware with its LOD-based system. In Source, worlds are built out of materials. If something looks like wood, stripes like wood, floats like wood, if you shoot it, it will fragment like wood. Materials and physics track. So a set of kilograms floating on a wood pallet will behave how you expect. And of course, what tech demo would be complete without a giant game? Materials define the properties of a wide variety of objects, from mattresses to tables to barrels and watermelons. You can have constrained models, very flexible objects interacting precisely with complicated surfaces. And there's no limit on the complexity of those interactions. It's this level of believable and consistent interactivity that opens the door to a wide variety of gameplay mechanics. The graphics of the Source Engine are based around shaders, the same approach used to render movies like Toy Story or Monsters, Inc. In this room, you can see some examples of how powerful Source's graphics can be. The walls are actually bump map subdivision surfaces. If you look closely at the water, you can see that it refracts submerged objects and properly incorporates a Fresnel term to modulate the surface. Over here, you can get a sense of the wide variety of visual effects that are possible using Source on top of a hardware platform like the ATI Radeon 9800 Pro. One of the cool things about Source is that there aren't any arbitrary restrictions on how you can use these visual effects. You can apply a noise function to a self-illuminating shader, you can procedurally destroy an environment map, or you can take a human character and build them out of water. As you've seen, Source has a great deal of flexibility in where you apply visual effects. Source also gives us complete control over the inputs and outputs of the system. You can use this flexibility in some very surprising ways. So enough of this dry technology stuff. Let's just go ahead and look at the game now. Introduce you to Alex, a new friend in the game, and reintroduce you to Dr. Kleiner, one of the surviving scientists from Black Mesa.
Snap out of it. You're staring at me again.
Warming up nicely.
Are you sure you don't want me to swap out the polarizer?
That's not necessary. Just checking for potential modular interference in the interstices. Conditions could hardly be more ideal.
I hope so. I'm sorry, Gordon. I can't help thinking that this isn't going to work. We should have listened to my father and done it his way. It's just, this is the first time I've had any hope of really striking back at the Combine. And now we're sitting ducks unless we can get this thing running. Come on, Dr. Kleiner, is it going to work or not?
No, there's nothing to be nervous about. Let's see. Massless field flux should self-limit, and I've planned the manifold parameters to C, base, LG, Oh, do be careful.
Maybe we should just cut our losses. Listen. Scanners. That's it. We gotta get moving. Here, Gordon. Take this. Let's get out of here.
This should only take
It's too late. Run!
Oh, fine.
was keeping you. Hope you didn't have any trouble finding me.
Remember when we thought Black Mesa was as bad as it could get? Cover me, Gordon!
Not all of your allies are humans in the game. actually thinks you're another Antlion guard, so he wants to have a headbutting contest. So the combination of terrain-based displacement map terrains with physics really opens the door to a lot of fun. This final demo will show you, we'll be back in City 17 again, and you'll see that the alien citadel has begun eating the city.
Well, well, isn't this just like old times?
Present the world premiere in-game demo of Halo 2.
It took 2 in the nose, then dropped into the atmosphere.
Who was first contact?
405th out of Diego Garcia. But don't expect a big welcome. Covenant wiped most of them out before they hit the ground.
Immediate. Grid Kilo 2-3 is hot. Recommend mission abort.
Roger, Recon.
It's your call, Sergeant.
We're going in. Get tactical, Marines!
Covenant ground forces own this city. We'll need to deal with them before we can kill that cruiser.
Pile out! Go, go, go! I'll evac the wounded. Keep me posted, Cortana.
Of course, Sergeant.
Sir, Corporal Perez, A Company? CP's this way.
Must be seeing things. That's the brass dude. Come on, come on, come on! Stay with me, Marine.
No tags.
Hang 2 units, Oneg, and he needs an airway.
I'm calling it. It's 1900. The lieutenant got hit as soon as we dropped in.
Who's in charge now, Corporal?
Sergeant Banks, ma'am. He's pinned down up front. Come on, I'll show you.
No, behind that ST. Yeah. 3 more, coming left. I'm running low, man.
Oh yeah, Parsons!
Yeah?
Is it clear?
You tell me.
Friendly's moving out, covering fire!
Ask for reinforcements. I didn't think they'd send a Spartan. We gotta take that thing out. Cover me! Tech HQ, this is Sergeant Banks. Hostile artillery 200 meters north.
on.
Bingo! There's the cruiser. Now, all we need to do is... Stick it.
You're on.
Long before Frodo and the Fellowship, in the cold heart of the Misty Mountains, the ring found a keeper in the most unlikely of heroes.
Go save the others, Bilbo!
Wait for me!
We first sat down to come up with the look of The Hobbit. We really wanted to do this storybook come-to-life thing.
What does it got in its nasty little pockets?
The Hobbit is certainly one of the beloved Tolkien products that, you know, all of us fans have read since childhood and have loved and have very specific images in our mind. What that looks like, sounds like, feels like.
How can we bring Bilbo to the market in a way that would fit for the modern audience?
Here, Bomba, try this.
He's not driving straight down to Thorn. He is going to have to fight his way through a bunch of stuff.
We did something yesterday where it's cold and it's rainy, so I was, you know, I have a little bit of shiver in the voice, like that. My goodness, it's cold.
We wanted environments where when you walk in, you would really want to explore everything. You wanted something that would have people running around with the character of Bilbo. What can I do with Bilbo in these fantastic environments?
One of the most challenging things to do for a game like this is to come up with that sound, that particular sound that hopefully is a signature sound related to that game. Some of the levels might be a little more edgy, a little scarier. Once Bilbo starts getting into his adventures, things start getting a little more dark. The music can build up that way, and then you win or you don't win. You gotta try it again.
For fans of the book, I want them to be able to come away from it thinking that we did the book justice. For people who haven't read the book, I want them to feel like they've enjoyed a very interesting storyline and go out and read the book.
Coming up with a game that is true to the literary work, that is also a fun game to play.
Imagine a world of unlimited choices. crafters and adventurers unite. In the face of evil. Power and glory can be yours, but when the undead legions come, what role will you play? This fall, your view of massively multiplayer games will change forever.
We are all his prisoners.
You're under arrest.
I want information. Where the hell am I?
Word is you're out to join the fight for the city. You know, picking the wrong side could be unhealthy.
By order of His Eminence, the Grand Protector of Haven City, Baron Praxis, everyone in this section is hereby under arrest for suspicion of harboring underground fugitives. Surrender and die.
Excuse me, sir. Don't you mean surrender or die?
Why is the Baron giving eco to metalheads?
Questions like that could get a person killed.
greetings, Lord. Turn back or join us in our graves.
The future is mine. Stand away from me.
Hello, I'm Jeremy Strauser. I'm the senior producer on Madden Football, and I'm working on Madden NFL 2004 right now. You know, this year our big focus is about playmakers and playmakers making great plays and playmakers winning championships, and that's really what it's all about in the NFL. We work a lot with John Madden, and he's always told us that great players make great plays, and that's really what we're trying to bring to this game. But we have a lot new in Madden NFL 2004. We had a big year last year. We had a lot to the game last year, so it would have been easy to kind of sit back and relax this year. But you know, we're pushing the team very hard, and they're working very hard, and we have great guys, great artists, great programmers who are putting a lot into the game this year. there's not a stone unturned in this game. We're going back to our roots with gameplay and depth. We want to give the most complete gameplay experience. It's all about innovating in gameplay for us. And we also want to just blow people away with depth, with new owner mode type features in our franchise mode. I think people are going to be shaking their heads at the depth of this game. At E3, I think you're going to see a lot of cool stuff in game. I think we're going to focus on the playmaker aspect, and one of our new features in game and that gameplay is going to be playmaker control. It's a whole new way to play the game. It's an innovative way using the right analog stick on the controllers. And it's going to be a whole new way to call for blocks, to direct your receivers, to kind of get an early read, to switch the play before the play is snapped. And it's a whole new way to play the game. So you're going to see a lot of that, but you're also going to see a pretty big online presence on the PS2 Online. So one of our big things is innovation at the play level, at the play call screen. We've done a whole new type of presentation for one-player play call, and it's going to be something you pick up and notice right away. When the play ends, you're going to get a quick transition, and you're going to be right back to calling your plays. You're going to be able to change your personnel very quickly with the package personnel system. It's a whole new way to move your players around in game. And we spent a lot of time this year with our playbooks. We've done extensive research using tape from the NFL, from overhead coaches type tape. And we actually have a new license in the game this year, the NFL Coaches Association, working with all the assistant coaches. We're bringing them down to our offices, and they're showing us kind of the X's and O's that we, some cases we had right, and some cases we had wrong. So it's going to be great this year. We have a lot of new specific plays to each team. We have a huge online component in the PS2 game. We launched it last year. We learned a lot of things, and from that, we're able to add a whole slew of new features this year that we think the hundreds of thousands of people who used it last year will like, and hopefully a whole new group of people will like as well. We've added a setting we call fair play settings and fair play rules, so that we have officially sanctioned rules and gameplay going on online. We've made it easier to match up and play somebody, and we've kind of given a whole new mode online with tournaments and some persistence online, so you can go play one game, come back a couple days later, play the next game in your tournament, and move and advance on. So we learned a lot last year from online play, so we added ways to quickly meet up and match up and play online. We added ways to communicate better with voice chat using a USB headset, and we've added ways to interact with other people online, leaving them messages and using the EA Messenger system. And it's going to be we've added a whole new dearth of features to online this year. Obviously, with GameCube, we have a lot of Nintendo-specific features in interacting with other Nintendo hardware, such as the Game Boy Advance, and we're looking at some very exciting things there. The Xbox allows us to do a lot of specific things using the hard drive to cache the game for faster loads and being able to rip songs for a custom soundtrack in the game. You should look for Madden NFL 2004 late this summer.
Raging Goblin. Volcanic. system, and unprecedented innovations in visual effects, audio design, and musical composition that will deliver the powerful realities of war like never before. The date is December 7th, 1941. 2 squadrons of carrier-launched Japanese warplanes have just reached the sleeping U.S. naval base at Pearl Harbor.
EA Games. Challenge everything.
Benelli here. Radios are up. Gunny, the engines will be up in a second. Got it. All right, let's see what this sweetheart can do. We have to protect those battleships. Damn it. Put the hose doors belly up.
Listen up, Marines. Take a good, long look. I pray that none of you ever see a day like this again. Because nobody will ever know what it was like, except the ones who lived through it. And be damn sure you don't forget the ones who didn't.
Shep! Shepard, you okay? We've got to relocate our asses! Jesus Christ!
We gotta get out of here. The Hughes leaking fuel.
Negative! Charlie's got 2 or 3 RPDs on our position.
Hammer got 6, Anvil 1. Co-pilot is dead. Me and Shepard are okay, but are pinned down with the ground forces. Huey's leaking fuel and we gotta move our position.
Copy that, F1. If you can clear out that big gun, I should be able to give you some help from the air. Out!
Okay, we gotta get out of here. There's an anti-aircraft gun near here that we gotta knock out before we can get any air support.
Fuck it. Let's do this. Let's move it, haul ass!
Covering fire! Get some!
Fire in the hole! American! Dung La! We gotta take out that position!
Hammer gun 6! We have a visual on the gun! We're under heavy fire, but we should be able to take it out!
Copy that, Apple 1. You gotta disable that gun before we can get in there and help you out!
Fire on that hoop!
Hammer gun 6! We just disabled the gun! We got another wave of NVA regulars moving toward our position! Let them have it!
Copy that, Apple 1. Keep your heads down. We're on our way.
We're seriously fucked, man! Yeah, that's right. Get some, you motherfuckers!
Excellent work, Hammer gun 6! We're proceeding to the church! Lay off the strafing run!
Copy that, Apple 1. Get some for us.
Cover me! Crewman, up!
Oh, shit! No!
Get on that goddamn radio and call it a Zulu!
Hammer gun 6! We need a medevac! ASAP!
We're taking fire from those trees. I gotta call in the big boys on that tree line. Soon as they dump their loads, we'll be down for you. Just lay chilly and enjoy the show.
You're not gonna make it, man.
Got a sucking chest! What the hell they waiting on?
We gotta clear that tree line before they can land!
They got a beat on us. Gotta move it!
Negative! Just lay chilly! The 6 has to call in on the tree line. Just stay down!
Man, did you see that? Out of sight, man. Out of sight.
Woo! Beast flyer superiority, man.
Don't think you'll be having any more trouble with them today. We're on our way.
Copy that, 6. Let's go!
Genes exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our children. Living is a link to what will come. All life is tethered to the future. Loving each other, teaching each new generation, then the world can change. I finally realized it. The true meaning of life. Thank you, Snake.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by Next Generation Special Forces being led by members of Foxhound. You will have 2 mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the President of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
Okay, I'm ready to go. You can't fight your genes. It's fate. I had heard that the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
Oh, you're wrong. The nuclear threat hasn't disappeared. The threat is more real than ever before.
Palco number 1 confirmed.
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Palco number 2 confirmed.
We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A truly historical weapon.
Palco number 3 confirmed.
Oh, those boys are totally insane!
Palco entry complete. Detonation code activated. Ready for launch.
It's moving. But how do I stop it? Damn!
Nothing can stop Metal Gear now.
Oh, I've waited a long time for this day. That's good, Snake. Good. Hurt me more. More. Ah, yes. That's it. That's it. I remember. I've been waiting for this pain.
Everyone always wants to use the newest, latest technology. Why are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?
I'm you! I'm your shadow!
Kinda damn cold. I hate Alaska. Boy, oh boy. That woman is built all right.
You still don't believe me? I see that you enjoy Nintendo games. I remember. Hideo Kojima respects Mr. Miyamoto, too.
Look! There's no time!
Looks like you read them wrong.
Snake, hurry!
We're trying to buy some more time.
動くな。
何様のつもりだ。また車泥棒か？
違う！潜入任務だ。
ここは都会じゃねえんだからよ。ここはジャングルだ。ヘビでも食らいな。 配日は知らない。はっきり2004年。おいおいおーい！
Hi, I'm Chris Taylor with Within the Universal Games.
And I'm Atish Salvi with Turbine Entertainment Software. You're about to witness Middle-earth Online. The product has been in development for 4 months and pre-production for about 3 months before then. The product is being developed by Turbine Entertainment Software and published by Vivendi Universal Games. A very important aspect of dealing with a license like Tolkien's is to not lose track of the fact that his world is very deep and very rich, and has more to it than just the generic hack and slash that you tend to see in other MMPs. So what you're seeing is Turbine's next generation engine. The graphics quality has been significantly improved to take advantage of much of the pixel shader technology that companies like ATI and NVIDIA are working on. You'll notice that the character is self-shadowed and has realistic volumetric shadows on him. You'll notice that the environment around is incredibly dense. There's a large amount of stuff going on. The hobbits are good old-fashioned country folk. They like their parties, they like having fun. Our NPCs have flavor to them. They have arguments, very often about food and relationships. They're not just goody two-shoes, they're real people. The Shire has been developed to be a real place where players can live. You saw some of the Smeals earlier. Players will be able to actually own those and upgrade those on their own. Players will be able to do things like smoke pipes, stand around and blow smoke rings, hang out in a very social setting. No party in the Shire would be complete without fireworks. And as you can see here, we've upgraded our particle engine to provide some incredibly good effects. Players will be able to interact with these in the game. Interactivity is a very large part of what we're aiming for. Actually, let me talk a little bit about what our focus has been for this game. As Chris Taylor walks up to one of our quest NPCs and gets his quest, MMORPGs traditionally tend to focus on the MMP side of life. This game is really about the online RPG element. Ultimately, we felt that Tolkien told an incredibly good tale. His story was rich, deep, entrancing, and had characters with depth and villains with real substance to them. Any game that followed from his franchise would have to, perforce, be a game about telling a great story. So our purpose is to make an MMORPG that really focuses on all of the aspects of storytelling, NPCs, of the players' quests in the world. And for us, what role-playing really comes down to is players having choice. Players have to be able to make meaningful and significant choices in the world. And when we go into Moria, Chris will be talking a little bit about what the nature of those choices will be. Here you see an example of one of our cutscenes. We'll be using those in order to convey story. These are easily downloadable. Our game is going to support players using non-broadband connectivity. Here Gandalf is telling us about our mission in the mountains.
At the mountain's foot, you will find the doors of Durin, the west gate to the ancient mines of Moria.
Fellowshipping is a critical part of the game. Without fellowships, Tolkien's world would have not been able to sustain itself, so we have made them a very critical part of our game as well. As Chris will talk about a little bit later, fellowships will be faced with some very interesting moral choices that arise from the way we're handling our role-playing systems. Certainly, being part of a fellowship is going to be one of the most exciting parts of this game, and you will grow to love and care about your fellowship and adventure with them through your lifetime in the game. Actually, before we continue, I really wanted to mention something quickly, which is that this launch cycle is going to be for Eriador, which is the northwestern corner of the world that deals with the first books. We really felt like in order to do a world of like Tolkien's justice, we had to focus on it one at a time. So this will deal with the first book. Subsequent SKUs will deal with books 2 and 3, and we'll also deal with The Hobbit. So over to Chris now. He's going to talk a little bit about what's going on in Moria.
Hi there. This is the inside of our little mini Moria dungeon for the E3 teaser. You can see here that we've actually got another player on the screen and that we'll be walking through with him as well. That's James Altenberg over there, the associate producer. What I'd like to show right now is just a little bit of kind of the depth and detail that we actually put into this game. One of the really important things about Tolkien is that it really is a vibrant world. It's a world that a lot of people know and understand from reading the books, and we want to capture that. So we do things like adding the little touches that are really expected by the fans of Tolkien. One of which right here is the languages. Tolkien actually wrote the languages for Middle-earth before he wrote the stories of Middle-earth, and we want to capture that within our game. There'll be the different types of languages that players can understand. Characters will be able to read them within the game. There'll be quests to go get new languages. Just one of the little touches that we're doing. Something else is that this game is really focused about being an RPG. It's really a game where your decisions matter, consequence of action. Your statistics and skills are important to the world. If you do things within the world, it needs to be meaningful and have an impact. That's never really been done before in this genre of games, so we're pretty excited about that. Here's an example, is that we're going to have our little hobbit friend here is going to be making some noise. And that's going to attract some orcs. And instead of just coming across a bunch of orcs and slaughtering them around a camp, we have an event where the orcs are break through the door and come after us. Much more interesting, we think. We've got different types of magical effects. The world of Tolkien is filled with magic. A lot of our magic will be item-based or shamanistic in nature. You can see here that this is mostly dealing with the element of fire. Fire and earth and air and water, important bits of Tolkien magic. Move a little further on, you can see some more details that we've put into it. The Eye of Sauron on this orc drum that they've installed here. Coming down here, something that's really crucial to the game of Middle-earth Online is the idea of the concept of morality. Your decisions, your actions, the quests you go on, the people you interact with, it's really going to determine who you are. Are you working on the side of virtue, or are you have been corrupted by the wiles of Sauron? This particular item right here that I just picked up is a magic Angmarian sword. It's pretty powerful. And that kind of power, that's something that really is tempting the players. But if they use it, they're going to change. They're not going to be able to even through the use of equipment, they're not going to be able to do things that they normally do if they had remained virtuous and pure. I'll put on the rest of my armor, the rest of my Angmarian armor that I just picked up. And you can see it's decidedly different. This will give me new skills and abilities, and at the same time, it also proves that I've really become a bad guy. That I've corrupted, that I've fallen under the sway of Sauron. And that will have meaningful, consequences within the game world. Let's move on a little bit here. There was a riddle back there, and this is the solution. We're running through the power behind the throne. Here's a new ability that I picked up from my armor. Those types of skills and powers and abilities are things that people are going to be practicing and using as they play through the game. A lot of it will come through decisions that the player makes about how to develop their character. Okay. We are very early. This is pre-alpha, definitely. Like Teach said earlier, we've only been developing it for about 4 months, seriously. We are definitely going to be, through the course of this year, polishing up the game, creating a lot more content. We're scheduled for release late 2004, and we do absolutely plan on an open beta.
Jefferson.
Watch the screen.
Kobe Bryant. Tracy McGrady.
Dish man, watch the dish man.
Historical Notre Dame Stadium, the place to be for this college football battle. And it's going to be a hot one out here for today's game between the USC Trojans and the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. And here comes the Fighting Irish.
My name's Scott Nielsen. I'm one of the producers on the Need for Speed Underground games, so we'll just take you through a little bit of the game mode here. Basically, Need for Speed series has been born out of the typically the high-end luxury cars, your Lamborghinis, Porsches, Ferraris. Underground's a little bit of a departure from that. What we're doing is we've got, it's more about car customization and taking your cars. Honda, Acura, Nissan, Toyota, Mitsubishi, Mazda, Hyundai, fully licensed cars in the game this year. A little bit of a different car set than in the past. We've got different companies like DC Sports, AEM, Greddy, Brembo. Anyone and everyone in the tuner scene is fully licensed and in the game. This is an example of one of the circuit race modes. So you're going to get some similar racing modes that we've had in the past Need for Speed series, your circuit race, point-to-point races, as well as we're working on a bunch of new racing modes. There's going to be some drag race, a couple of different ones that we can't talk about yet, but we'll let you guys know over the next couple of months.
You guys got nitrous, like turbo boost for the cars?
Nitrous oxides in. We'll get maybe Chuck here to show us a little shot of nitro. There you go. A little bit of a treatment on the film, still working on something. Game's set to come out in the spring of 2004, so we're still a ways away from where we're going to be.
What platforms you guys going to be releasing it for?
It's going to be out on all 4 platforms, so we got GameCube, Xbox, PC, PS2. It'll be a career mode, single player mode, multiplayer mode, and we'll have online for both the PC and the PS2. Up to 4 players on the PS2 online we can set up, you can build your car, I'll build my car, we'll set them up online, we'll race, see who's got the baddest ride and get to the end the quickest.
That's awesome. I think everybody has been waiting for a game that is kind of like Fast and Furious, so this definitely looks like it's in the same style of that movie.
Absolutely. One of the biggest things we were working on is no matter what the odometer told me in any type of racing game that we were playing, 110, 120, 130 miles an hour, it never actually felt like that sensation of speed. So the development team's really taken it as a challenge to create something that's unparalleled. So we hired a fellow who's he's been nominated for visual effects. He's a 2-time Oscar nominee, and we've really worked hard with him to create that sense of speed in the game. Different moves of the camera shakes and the environments. All the racing's going to take place in the nighttime. You get some wet street environments, and it allows you to do some really cool stuff on the tracks visually. So we're pretty excited about it.
Right on. Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate you showing us.
up some power-up orbs. Speed up. I think I see the problem. It's not that Missionary is bad, it's that Matt is on the screen and dies so that the other two are beating up on him.
Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu. Pi.
here we are early in the year 2000, and we're putting together a game that's based on Hong Kong action movies. Jet Li calls up Sony and says, "Hey, I'd like to be in a video game."
We know how to make an action movement in the movie. Because you have a character, you have a bad guy, they have table, chair, you have location, situation.
If you've seen any sort of a group fight scene with Jet, he's got guys flying at him from every different angle. We really wanted to have a 360-degree fight system.
When I played a lot of games, all the actions were so simple. But for this project, we're using most of the limitations of the camera that I am able to put into the game.
All the things that we're able to do on the PlayStation 2 really are going to make this game special.
It's a good opportunity to work with Sony PlayStation because the game, like a movie, is teamwork.
齋打有乜意思啊？不如跑下咧！
唔好走啊！佢嚟啊！救我啊！救我
啊！躝開啊！我打返你隻狗咯！
早いな。
Conquest is an expansion pack for Civ 3, which really kind of deals with kind of a more, some really exciting episodes from history. We have the samurai conquest of Japan. We have some historical scenarios. There are more units in the game that allow you to recreate your own scenarios. But it's kind of taking a militaristic look at the history of civilization and providing you tools to make your own scenarios, as well as using our professionally created scenarios. There are some improvements to the multiplayer in Civ Conquest. I think that's becoming a stronger and stronger part of the game. Certainly Civ was originally just a single-player game, but the community has been playing more and more multiplayer, so we've made some additional improvements in Civ Conquest. Over the years, we've gotten many, many requests from people to do a new version of Pirates, and we've held off on that for quite a while as we were working on many other projects. But it's still one of my favorite games, and I think our feeling now is that with the modern technology, being able to use 3D graphics, soundtracks, more in-depth gameplay. You have to remember the original Pirates was written on the Commodore 64 with 48K of memory, so there's a lot more things we can do in terms of adding more depth to the role-playing, more realism to the world, but still trying to keep the core of the fun of Pirates, which was almost a movie-like approach to living out your career as a pirate. Exploring and searching out things will be part of Pirates. I think it's always been interesting to search for that ship or that treasure fleet. The silver train was an important part of Pirates, so finding things and exploring will continue to be an important part of the new Pirates game. Well, we always try and work on new games that we can ourselves get very excited about, and it's certainly the case with Civilization Conquest and Pirates. This new arrangement, this new deal with Atari, also gives us access to some of the other classic titles, Covert Action, Silent Service, many of our classic games. In the future, we may have an opportunity to kind of bring them into the 21st century, but we always look for kind of what's the best thing to do at this point in time, and right now, Pirates is a game that we're most excited about.
on. So you got The Sims 2 over here?
Yeah, we've got The Sims 2 up here. We've got Sims Console down there and SimCity Expansion Pack.
Excellent. What can you tell us about The Sims 2? What's new about it? What's different?
Well, The Sims 2 are kind of bringing in a whole nother level of simulation. Basically, we're following them through their entire life. If they have a screwed up childhood, they'll be a screwed up adult. They might have to, go into therapy. They're much more responsive, much more aware of the environment around them. When somebody walks in the door, they'll turn their head. If they like the person, they'll smile. It's a full 3D engine, complete rewrite of the simulation and the graphics engine.
Now, for the fans that played the first one, is it going to be more complicated, or is it going to be, how'd you handle that, doing more stuff without making it harder?
In fact, we want the simulation to be deeper and the simulation to be more complicated, but the play and the interface to be at least as simple as original Sims.
Excellent. When are you guys going to hopefully have it out, and what platforms are you going to bring it out?
Well, Sims 2 is going to be on PC for right now, and it's going to be early half of next year.
Excellent. Are you already thinking about console versions? I know everybody liked seeing The Sims on the PlayStation too.
Well, actually, the console version in some ways is about halfway between The Sims 1 and The Sims 2 already. And in fact, we're doing a new console version that has a much more expanded world for The Sims to explore. In some sense, the console versions and The Sims 2 are kind of diverging in different ways. The console version is bringing in a lot more traditional gaming elements. It's basically crossbreeding with existing console games, and we're bringing in and experimenting with a lot of new ideas. The Sims 2 is going, much more into the direction of creativity, user-generated content, player-controlled stories.
Excellent. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Sphinx, a courageous hero with deadly force. The Mummy, well, okay, he's just dead. Sphinx is a powerful warrior. The Mummy has a warm personality. Sphinx can fly. So can the Mummy. Sort of. Sphinx must summon all his power to conquer evil. The Mummy. Did I mention his warm personality? When the world needs to be saved, don't forget to bring a badass sidekick.
You never had a chance.
speed ahead. Star Fox is back! Fast and furious gunfighting action! Chase your opponents down using the R-Wing or Landmaster! Four-player multiplayer mayhem! I'm Fox McCloud, and don't forget it.
is a phantom that moves in twilight. There is a shadow that strikes without warning. There is a soldier who has mastered the ways of the ghost.
Ghost reporting. ち合わせ通りに行くぞ。
ボックス3先行して偵察を頼む。
はい。
ボックス2は俺と実地のダッシュだ。
はい隊長。
こちらフォックス4、砲撃地点の確保に向かいます。
ボックス5はどうする？
俺も一緒に行くよ。援護がいるだろ。
助かるね。
こちらフォックス3、今から敵の無線を傍受します。
ここは逃げればいい。残りは自分で使って了解。
なるほどね。隊長、
こっちの守備隊はリスに開けないよ。
了解。手薄なうちに陣地を落とすぞ。
気づかれた。隊長、気づかれました。
敵と交戦中。ボックス3、偵察型で武装するのすぐに行くぞ。ボックス3がピッチだ。急ぐぞ。
はい。隊長、後ろから敵が。
読まれてた。敵にも偵察型がいるのか。
ここは私が食い止めます。隊長はボックス3を助けて。
すまない。
ちょっと。
ボックス3大丈夫か。
助かったわ。
こちらフォックス4、砲撃地点の確保に成功しました。
ボックス4、いいところに。そこから B3 地点の陣地へ砲撃できるか。
もちろん。
でかいやつをぶち込みますか。急いでくれ。了解。
オラオラオラ。
あ、逃げる。
逃がすか。捕獲してやるよ。
悪いな。
作戦終了。
Sudeki. One world ripped apart, where shadow battles light. And evil stalks both realms. 4 heroes must heal the rift and unite their lands. A warrior, untested, yet undaunted. The huntress, ruthless and driven. A man of science, with loyalties divided. And a mighty sorceress, unwilling heir to the throne. Together they battle for the soul of 2 lands, where deception wears many masks. Go. And don't be afraid. Nobody expects you to survive.
considered collateral targets, and I want no collateral damage on this mission. We're doing this by the book.
Living underground, ninjutsu action. It's a shell of a town. Turtles count it off. By the code of the martial arts. Never fight unless someone else starts. Oh, stick together no matter what. If all else fails, then it's time to keep on. I love being a turtle. Turtles count it off. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turtles. There's no one better. Watch out for Shredder. They're like no others. Those teenage brothers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Teenage Ninja Turtles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Teenage Ninja Turtles.
Yeah! This is looking rad, man. October 21st, 2003, on sale. You better play this game, man. Coming soon.
one of the most beautiful countries on the Mediterranean coast, and a small peaceful island, Astigos.
This morning, the Zagorius Federation, one of the Mediterranean coastal nations, launched a unilateral military offensive against Astigos Island. Despite protests from various nations, the Zagorian forces continue their invasion of Astigos, and sources believe it is only a matter of time before the island is completely occupied.
VSSE has learned that the Zagorius army has deployed tactical missiles on Astigos Island that will be a threat not only to Lacana, but to the surrounding nations as well. Two of their best agents were sent in to remove this threat. Alan Dunaway, Wesley Lambert.
Jump! Hurry!
Alicia Winston.
Surprise, surprise.
Wild Dog.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Wild Fang.
And now, time to get rid of you both.
Giorgio Zata. Time Crisis 3.
True Fantasy Live Online. Play the game.
Don't keep me waiting. I can only amuse myself for so long.
Hey, wait a minute. Am I inside the movie?
Ready? Action! When the V-Watch starts to glow,
That voice, it really is Captain Blue!
say the word Henshin!
Henshin a go-go, baby! Just call me Beautiful Joe!
Joe wanders into the world of the movies and gallantly fights evil to rescue Sylvia. The beautiful moves and techniques.
Yo, man. What's up? I'm the one who put that star on Captain Blue's face. Now, you be lucky if you get away with your life, boy.
Oh, man, don't flatter yourself. Mach speed!
The flourish from your heroic instincts.
Zoom in!
Exploit them for good deeds and save this world.
Let's rock, baby!
We need that girl for our dastardly plan to escape Movie Land.
What are you yapping about? Escape Movie Land?
Right. Well, since you'll die anyway, I guess I can reveal to you our evil plan.
You ought to watch your big mouth until you know you're gonna win.
You've been making waves in our world, but you should realize you're just a sidekick.
The grueling attacks of the evil forces know no end. Appearing before his battered body, the most imposing of the Shadow shows no mercy.
Have you not heard? This movie is already over. Captain Blue is defeated, and we are victorious.
What hardships will he face, and does he have the strength to overcome?
Shows you what you know, Bat Brain. In movies, there has to be a plot twist. That means things always go wrong once before you get to the happy ending. Hello? Now come on, let's get this over with.
Don't forget to catch Joe and company next time in
Beautiful Joe.
Till then, ta-ta!
See ya! Take that! See?
Good fire. Transmitting deconfliction overlay. Good. The extraction point has changed. We are going to try and take it then.
This is Striker Squad. We're picking up multiple contacts. They're not ours. And they're not Tau. Sunray is down. Repeat, Sunray is down.
In a land of mighty kingdoms, new threats emerge. Ancient alliances are reforged. And an unexplored world awaits. Blizzard Entertainment proudly invites you to experience Warcraft from a whole new perspective. Stake your claim. Live the legend. A world awaits. The world of Warcraft.
You're a dead man.
Ambush! We're under attack! Crack it wide open!
Welcome to today's tournament.
For the true king,